to the general public. For example, you might design a new application process and ask staff, families, and providers to test it out to see if they're able to complete their tasks or if they have problems navigating the system. You'll want to know that before you go live with something. You may design something and discover it doesn't quite meet the needs or meet the mark of the people that you're trying to work with. So you might be in this build, test, repeat phase, and you might have to do this a couple of times before you land on a viable solution. And I think one of our speakers is going to allude to that in her remarks. So after you design and test, you're going to move into the finalize and implement, or you'll want to consider this phase. So you'll be ready once you've designed something and tested it to really bring it to life and share it out into the world. You'll work with your customers and your key audiences to plan the logistics around the launch, and you'll also set goals and expectations for the design. So you might ask yourself what solution is most impactful, and how will you communicate and build awareness for this? And we can't stress this enough, how important it is to communicate the work. How does this new solution that you've developed with your customers, with your CCDF families, staff, or providers, how does it add value? Clear communication will support successful implementation and buy-in across everything that you do, but it's really key here. Additionally, communications planning will help you get partners on board with spreading the word about your new solutions. So it's really important to spend some time on communication planning. Next, with Analyze and Improve, in this phase, you're going to do exactly what it says. You're going to learn how your design is performing. You'll want to collect feedback, whether that's qualitative or quantitative feedback, to learn if you're meeting your goals and expectations. And you might actually use some of this feedback, or I hope you use this feedback, to improve what you've already designed. So you might ask yourself, how will you measure success? So it could be through analytics. You might look at participation rates or completion rates of something. You might collect comments on a chat feature on a website, for example, to collect some qualitative feedback. Those are just some ideas. And you'll also want to ask yourself, how are you going to ensure that your solution remains relevant? How did the process or the solution that you designed improve customer experience, and where is there room for improvement? You also want to make sure that you celebrate the success of what you've just been through with the users of your design as well. I realize I've moved very quickly through that process, but I think what will really help right now is I want you to hear from some real-life applications of human-centered design. So I'm going to turn it over to Aubrey Hunt from the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare, and she's going to describe how they've used human-centered design as they work on reimagining their professional development and QRIS system.
Thank you for that, Karen. I appreciate it. I'll use a jargon term that wasn't in our Olympics yesterday, but I'd like to level set before I begin. In Idaho, all of our quality, support, and improvement activities are contracted to the University of Idaho, and then they subgrant to the Idaho Association for the Education of Young Children. And together, that work makes what we call the Idaho STARS project. This centralization allows us to be really responsive and nimble, and because it's contracted work, they are often faster and more dynamic than anything we get to do in a state agency. So today I'm sharing their successes. I am their contract manager, but their biggest fan, so this is their work. And over the last few years, leadership and staff at Idaho STARS have reinforced a commitment to incorporating human-centered design at the foundation of any new initiative within their work, often reminding me of that mantra, nothing for us without us. Feels really important right now. For our work, a beneficiary is anyone with lived experience in our system who benefits if the system is high functioning, or conversely is negatively impacted if the system functions poorly. We consider two beneficiaries in our cycle: internal, which are the staff who have the lived experience of working within our system, and external, who are the child care providers and the early educators who have lived experience engaging in our system. And the beneficiary voice cycle is the term that we use for the process of collecting input and feedback from these beneficiaries. It's the act of really intentionally listening to the people we think matter most in these processes. The beneficiary voice cycle uses a feedback loop, including asking open-ended questions, recording, and then transcribing their words, specifically using their quotes, not just our notes. And then we review those transcripts to determine themes, and those reviews need to be done by multiple people to limit bias. We return to the beneficiaries with those themes and ask, did we get it right? And often we don't, so we do it again. And we do it again, and we do it again until we find consensus that we've completely understood your expectations of us or your experience within our system, and you agree to our understanding. Then we use those themes to determine our next steps for the development of our system. And since 2021, we've used that cycle to completely redesign our professional development registry and our QRIS system, and both systems, newly designed and co-created with those internal and external beneficiaries, will launch within the next 6 months. We're so excited. The process requires leaders to humble themselves to their coworkers and our participants. We ask our beneficiaries what's working and what isn't working, and we heard hard things over and over again, and we sent ourselves back to the drawing board over and over again. Keeping in mind that the people who do this work are highly educated. These are experienced professionals. They know what they're doing. It would be really easy to assume that they knew the best course of action, but our assumptions are often wrong, and were often wrong. So the change that was most impressive and relied most heavily on this was our professional development system and moving from an education pathway to a career lattice. More jargon. Our pathway, we understood, put early educators in a constrained linear system, assigning one of 6 levels based on their academic achievements. Just, high school, bachelor's degree, then they completed 20 hours of annual training, and then they got an end of the year incentive. But this new career lattice, based on their feedback, considers more than 20 qualifications, certifications, achievements, skills, and level of experience within our field. We still look at education, but now we heard from them, and we also look at things like a director's credential, an infant-toddler mental health endorsement, the completion of professional development like badges and cohorts, also the ability to support dual languages and languages other than English, and longevity in the field and longevity in their program. And on the lattice, they again have to continue their professional development, but now we'll do it through professional activity units rather than just training. And that could be things like academic courses or participation in an early childhood committee, presenting at a conference. I would get a point for that. Publishing an early childhood publication, and then they get a corresponding annual incentive. But also keeping in mind, the beneficiary voice cycle was not the only driver of this design. The team also relies on research and national trends and other subject matter experts from around the nation to bring us to what we believe is the more equitable and accessible system that truly honors and encourages the development of skills and experience in our early educators. Putting people at the center of our development, we heard loud and clear that for too long we have focused on education pathways that had systemic barriers to attainment, and we disregarded the intentionally acquired skills and experience of our workforce. Once we launch, I will send our congratulations. Knowing that team, they may go have a celebratory cocktail, but no one will assume it's going well. The childcare providers can be a vocal group, and they were so active in these cycles, but we won't just hope that something is right, and we won't assume that someone will get mad enough to send us an email if it goes wrong. The feedback loop cycle continues and will happen regularly as it informs our work on a consistent and routine basis. And I'll finish my remarks with just one final bit of encouragement. The beneficiary voice cycle has not just been good for our participants. They are engaged and they're excited about what's coming, but our staff working on these initiatives tell me how encouraged they are to finally be getting it right. This work is hard, they were humbled, but these are the tangible improvements and the concrete supports that we wanted to do for the people who need it most. And because of this cycle, our staff is now more ever deeply connected to the successes of our participants and our beneficiaries. Their voices are in our head as we're making these choices, demanding that we honor them and that we encourage them. And I've just never been more proud of our work. I think the Olympics has me feeling sentimental this morning. So thank you for letting me share our story. And with that, I'll hand it to Allison from Texas.
Is this on? Yes, it's on. Okay, you guys can hear me? Okay, so our project is actually complete and live, and I encourage everyone to pull up the website and take a look at it. So our wicked problem was that, like many of you, our programs that serve families with young children are spread across multiple agencies. It's the usual, alphabet soup that is really hard for parents to navigate and find the resources and information they need. So we have a very tight, collaborative interagency work group, and this work group decided to take on developing a new consumer education website that would cross all those programs from those different agencies. So the Texas Workforce Commission in Texas is the lead agency for CCDF. We have pre-K at our education agency. We have child care regulation and the Part C, early childhood intervention, at our Health and Human Services Commission. And then we also have an agency that does child protective services, and at that time also had home visiting and some other programs like HIPPY and such. So really spread out. So we partnered through an application process with the State Capacity Building Center with Mel Banks' team. So shout out there to Mel to help us. To help us with this process and to really do this full human-centered design approach. Couple things that I heard from Audrey that I want to echo. One of them is that this process is iterative, that it's not a one and done. You want to bring in those humans who are going to be the users of whatever you're developing, and you want to involve them throughout the process. So we engaged with them in numerous ways. We did one-on-one interviews, we did focus groups, we did surveys, we brought them in for live demo sessions and got their feedback during user acceptance testing. And importantly, we started engaging with them before we developed a single mock-up, a single screen, before we even started organizing the resources, links, and information that were going to need to go on this website. So we heard from them and what their needs were, what was important to them from the get-go before we even started anything. And that also allowed us to go into the design phase having personas developed. Parents, they have different needs. Some of them are looking for something really specific, a specific program. Maybe they need early childhood intervention services. That's different than, a parent who needs subsidy for childcare, right? So it was helpful to identify those things. It was also helpful up front to know how parents like to access information, and one of the big takeaways was that, and this won't come as a surprise, I think, is that most of the time people are gonna go to Google first, right? They're gonna go to a search engine first. So while the organization of the site was important, it was equally as important, not just that it be navigable and user-friendly, but that it be optimized for search engines so that that content can be easily found and there's like no wrong door, right? So a couple of things I want to highlight because I think these are like good takeaways. These are sort of the hard things with this kind of project. That's identifying those parents that are going to help you with this, right? I mean, parents are busy. It's not easy to identify folks to participate in this kind of thing. And we did use multiple different groups at different points in the process. And we leveraged the partner agencies that were part of this work and their various programs to bring parents in that they were already working with. So, you know, Health and Human Services, they have WIC, peer counselors. We brought in some of those. Our Part C early intervention program has a state advisory council that has a good half dozen parents on it, and we leverage those parents. When we get ready for our CCDF state plan, when we're kicking off that process, we usually do a survey, and it's now become routine for us to, as part of that survey, not only do we ask, like, who are you? Are you a parent? Are you a provider? Are you an advocate? But we ask, would you be willing to participate in a future focus group or work group? So we also identified parents that way. Another thing that can be really helpful to engage parents is if you have a way to compensate them. This can be challenging, I know. We were not able to compensate parents for all of the engagement, but for the initial set of interviews, we were able to partner with Texas PBS. They actually have a representative on our state Early Learning Council, and that they were able to partner and provide PBS Kids tablets to those parents, which, you know, that was a nice bonus for them. So if you can leverage those relationships and identify people who can help you to compensate parents for their time, that does help to engage them. So a couple of takeaways, and then I'm gonna sort of let you look at the website and noodle on things yourself. If we had this to do over again, I think we would take a mobile-first approach. This site was developed 2 or 3 years ago now, and while it's mobile-friendly, it's not mobile-first. And when we're talking about parents, most, you know, they're gonna look on their phone first, not on a desktop. So that's a good takeaway. And I just lost my train of thought. Oh, it's gone. I hate it when that happens. Yeah, maybe it'll come back to me. So, I got it. So, as I said at the beginning, we worked closely with the State Capacity Building Center. They supported us through this process. So, as part of that, we came away with a ton of artifacts. And those are all available if anybody would like them. Feel free to reach out and we can share that. We have the interview questions that we used with parents, the surveys, reports on, you know, the results of the engagement. We're happy to share all of those tools. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that, just like Audrey also highlighted, that this is an ongoing thing. You need to include feedback loops. And you will find on our website at the bottom, not only is there an email address for them to reach out with just questions, goes to our agency, and we have staff that look at those and can farm them out as appropriate. But we also have a link to a survey for them to provide feedback on the website itself. So we're able to continuously get feedback and make improvements, and we're actually about ready to start a process of making improvements to the site. We will be here in the next year adding more functionality that gets at local resources, localized things, and we're also going to add a new tool that is an eligibility screener that is cross-program that will give parents a sense of what programs they may be eligible for and helping them get connected. So with that, I will hand it over to Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison. I'm from Wisconsin, by the way, so the Midwest is represented up here. On Wisconsin. And so first, I just want to give a shout out to U.S. Digital Services. And there's kind of a recurring theme here, I think, in this human-centered design, and the key is human. And so when developing this guide, I think a key component was that USDS interviewed the staff at lead agencies that do this work to get an idea of the impact on them, as well as user research with families who've applied for CCDF recently. And I think that's really key, because by doing that, they were able to identify two significant challenges that were apparent right away. And one is that families have a difficult time, or have historically had a difficult time facing and navigating the application process itself. And secondly, the difficulty that lead agencies have in terms of processing applications and developing policies that support families and get them the benefits that they need. So my aha moment for human-centered design occurred at STAM actually 2 years ago, when I saw Rebecca Shaw and Sarah Esty introduce the newly developed family-friendly application guide. And I'm a program integrity subject matter expert for NICSIA. And I was responsible for developing our next program integrity webinar at the time. And this just seemed to me like the perfect topic, because it allowed us to reach a wider audience. I firmly believe, and I think you've heard it already, that it makes it easier for families to apply for CCDF. What's important to me as a program integrity subject matter expert is I think you can really maintain program integrity even by simplifying the apps. So we developed and presented our webinar in January 2023 with help from Rebecca, Sarah, and Maggie Quinn at OCC. That webinar is available on CTAN. It's 90 minutes long, and it'll give you all the gory details that you need to get more in depth on this and understand the family-friendly application guide. To me, though, family-friendly apps, and that's probably the term that I use more than human-centered design, but it can result in lower error rates, which is important to me, again, because I am an error rate specialist for NICSIA as well. I think it really can reduce workload for agencies, and that's a real key. And then finally, increasing participation of the folks that are eligible for these programs. So by making the app more family-friendly, you can achieve all of those. And then the last thing that I just want to point out, and it's been talked about, is that it's really important to continue to evaluate how you're doing. So create a scorecard, whatever it is that you need, and you're probably not going to want to evaluate it in 3 months. Maybe 6 months would be the first time you want to dip your toe in the water. Realistically, it's probably best to wait about a year. But I think that it helps you to identify areas for improvement. It builds public trust and buy-in when they know that you're asking and that you're evaluating the program. And it'll keep you informed of any trends that you might want to address, and helps you to be proactive in making these changes going forward. So that's my spiel. Thanks a lot. Thanks for listening. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, Karen.
So thank you, Aubrey, Allison, and Mike. I hope these examples, they're very different examples of how lead agencies, and even on the national level, human-centered design has been applied in CCDF programs. So I hope that gives you a little bit of taste and some ideas to think about, because now we're going to turn it to you. So we're going to spend about 20 minutes at your tables, and we're going to work on and discuss what your wicked problems might be. There is a worksheet at your table, and if there isn't one, we can get you one. We have some more in the back of the room. And we'd like you to work in your groups at your table, or if you want to split into 2 groups, or I know there's folks in the back of the room, you can kind of maybe pair up and talk about some wicked problems as well. There might be a technical assistance person at your table, and if there is, wave your hand so they know who you are. My technical assistance friends and colleagues came out strong on this request when I asked people to help with this. And they will help facilitate some conversation at your table. If you don't have someone, it's totally okay. The worksheet is very easy to follow. We can also help facilitate tables too. We're happy to do that here. So we're going to spend about 20 minutes on that, and then we're going to reconvene and might hear from 1 or 2 tables, and then we'll end with Kathleen. So go to work. Okay, we are going to wrap up in about 5 minutes. So get your remarks in and identify your problems. Okay, I think we're going to try to wrap up our table conversations. It sounds like you guys are having great conversations, so I always hate to do this, but we do have a little bit more that we want to do and talk to you about human-centered design. So as you're completing your conversations or finishing your worksheets, I think we have time for one, perhaps even two tables, if they would be willing to share out what you talked about at your table, maybe even defining your wicked problem. If you would be brave enough to share that with us. There are microphones around the room. So I'm wondering if anybody can hear me. If anybody is willing to share what you discussed at your table. And I'm kind of looking into some lights, but I think I can see if people come to the microphone. Any brave souls who want to bear their wicked problems with the audience? Oh, I thought somebody raised their hand. I saw Alejandra raise her hand. I thought she got excited about sharing, but I think I'm wrong.
I saw a hand back there. Now she's waving.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Alejandra is, okay.
Okay.
All right, we have somebody that's going to share.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, hello everyone. Our conversation is about the online applications and potential impact to improve the eligibility process in our system. The research and define the needs is about a challenge in the program integrity or the flexibilities to the eligibility process. This is the concern in our table. And the design test is about how we can do a fast eligibility process and how we can build efficiency in the process. Also, in the direction to don't sorry for my bad English. Increase in their error rate or impact their error rate. And in the final and implement, we want to take community groups and our staffing to design a committee to work in the improve in our systems. And then we want to implement a continuous improvement process, maybe quarterly or both in the both in the year. That is our conversation in our table in Puerto Rico.
Great, thank you so much. We have time for one more, if anybody else wants to share what their table conversations were. I'm sensing that people are thinking, wondering. You know, I used to teach college students, so I can wait you out. Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
I think it's good.
All right, so I'm Melissa. We're from Arizona. And we didn't really get through the process.
That is fine.
So we just wanted to share that something important that we learned from this, though, is how hard it can be to just define the problem. Mm-hmm. And I think learning that we really have to dig in and be clear about the problem we're trying to solve. So that was a huge takeaway from us. that to stay focused on identifying the problem, especially before we throw out solutions. And just want to move on down the paper, but we really got stuck trying to be clear in that definition.
Yeah, thank you. It's so important to spend the time to really unpack that. You're absolutely right. And I believe I may have just used a jargon term by saying unpack, so oops. Perhaps I'll have a medal tomorrow. We really hope you found this process and this activity useful. It is so hard when you get back and you learn all of these things and you want to do a little bit of something with it. Hopefully this has sparked some ideas for further discussions that you can have with folks here at your table or perhaps with other folks in your lead agencies when you return home. So I'm going to turn it over now to Kathleen Dwyer from the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation, and she's going to talk to us about the research part of it. So Kathleen.
Great, thank you. I'm really happy to be here as part of this panel. So I'm going to wrap things up, sharing what the research says about human-centered design, so what it is, what it looks like in the context of human services, how it's different from other approaches, what it takes to implement it, and its potential benefits. Should I?
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully this will give you some more food for thought for how you might use it to implement the new rule. So I'll be sharing findings from a, thank you, sharing findings from a project called Human-Centered Design for Human Services, or HCD for HS. My colleague Erin Cannon and I oversaw the project. It was carried out by Child Trends with their partners, MEF Associates, and the design firm Anthrotech. So the HCD for HS project had 3 primary objectives. The first objective was to define what HCD means in the context of human services. The second objective was to describe how HCD is actually being used in human services. And to address those 2 first objectives, the project team conducted a review of the knowledge base, which resulted in a brief that's published on the OPRE website, and there's our QR code. The third objective of the project was to conduct a pilot study so we could understand the feasibility, implementation, and evaluability of HCD in human services programs. And this also culminated in a final report, which is published on our website. So today I'll present a summary of the learnings from these activities that we thought would be most helpful for agencies that might be considering using this approach. You can check out the resources on our website for much more detail. So based on a review of the knowledge base, the project came up with the following definition of HCD, and it will sound pretty similar to the definition that was shared earlier. HCD is both a process and a mindset for addressing complex problems by designing solutions with those who will ultimately use the solution, sometimes called end users. HCD is guided by key principles that promote empathy for end users and the generation of new and creative solutions by taking into account behaviors, ways of thinking, needs, and aspirations. Digging a bit more into these 6 principles, the project reviewed many resources in their attempt to define HCD and found that the principles that were developed by the International Organization for Standardization best summarized what was in the literature. So the first principle is understand end users, and it reflects that the design solution is rooted in explicitly understanding the needs, tasks, and environments of end users and other stakeholders. The second principle is to engage with users and other stakeholders throughout the design process. The third principle is test and revise solutions. So the solution is created and revised based on feedback from the end users and other stakeholders. The fourth principle is iterate, and reflecting that the process is iterative and likely non-linear. The fifth principle is to consider the entire user experience in the design solution. And finally, the sixth principle is to collaborate across disciplines to conduct this work. So it promotes cross-learning and understanding. So I said earlier that HCD is a process and a mindset. When we conceptualize HCD as a process, we're thinking of a design team that's comprised of individuals from multiple perspectives. They're engaging both end users and stakeholders like other partners, community organizations, staff from other departments, and so on. They're engaging them throughout an iterative process and testing the proposed solutions and refining them based on feedback. Ideally, the intensive involvement of end users and stakeholders will help ensure solutions are both easily adopted and effective. Based on a review and a synthesis of the available literature and a variety of HCD toolkits that are out there and available to the world, the project identified 5 phases for engaging with HCD, and they're pictured on the slide. Research and discover, synthesize and generate solutions, conceptualize and prototype, test and iterate, and implement and refine. And you can see in the figure that feedback is incorporated at each step. I'm not going to spend much time on these phases because you've already heard about phases, and they are pretty similar to the phases that Karen presented earlier. These are the same 4 phases. They're in a different graphic that is from the guide, the Human-Centered Design for Childcare and Development Fund Lead Agency's practical guide. So these 4 steps are just more synthesized than the 5 steps that we came up with. So it's a process and a mindset. So when we think about HCD as a mindset, we're referring to the orientation an individual or organization takes toward problem solving that focuses on empathy building and incorporating the perspectives of end users. So an HCD mindset is exemplified through increased empathy for end users, interest in different perspectives, openness to new ways of identifying and solving problems, comfort with uncertainty, and a bias toward action. So once we had defined HCD, another key question that we had was, how is this different from all these other approaches that seem to be quite similar sounding? And the answers are actually pretty nuanced when we compared the approaches that are listed here. And they all share some of the features with HCD, including the engagement of end users. They also share some of the principles with HCD, but they might emphasize certain principles more than others. So on this slide, we're sharing some of the key differences among these different approaches. So participatory design might not include end users throughout the process. User-centered design might not consider the larger pool of stakeholders beyond the end users. Equity-centered design brings equity and inclusion to the forefront of all of the design activities. User experience design, these are all sounding very similar, has the end user providing feedback often later in the design process, like testing a final product. Service design focuses on the end-to-end process or service in which a design solution is embedded, while HCD is focusing more on the design solution itself. And systems thinking focuses on the system in which a design solution fits, while HCD focuses more on the design solution itself. Okay. So that was a lot of jargon, sorry. And I promise there will not be a quiz, but just to help give a sense of these different emphases This slide walks through an example of a program creating a new process for client enrollment and what it would look like if they each used one of the design approaches. So in practice, there's often overlap among these different approaches, but for the purpose of just kind of showing the distinctions, we're saying that they only used one of the design approaches. So if the only process was participatory design, the core focus might be the process of co-designing with clients and stakeholders before the final design decision. For user-centered design, the focus might be on iteratively learning from and involving program clients. So there you see it's the focus on the user. For equity-centered design, the focus might be on addressing biases in the enrollment process and facilitating the authentic engagement of clients from a variety of backgrounds. For user experience design, the focus might be on getting feedback from clients on a new proposed enrollment process. For service design, the focus might be on the experience of the client with the new enrollment process from the first engagement, like a phone call or a visit to a website, through their completion of the program. For systems thinking, the focus might be on understanding how the new sign-up process fits into other service delivery channels and organizational culture. And finally, for HCD, human-centered design, the focus might be on building empathy with clients and involving clients and stakeholders, such as frontline workers, program administrators, and program partners throughout the design process. So all that is to say that based on our read of the literature and all the various toolkits that are out there, HCD is unique from the other approaches in that it emphasizes engaging end users and other stakeholders at all stages of the design process. We also looked at how HCD is being used in human services. And we found that it's being used across a variety of human services programs to address a wide range of problems. And I'll share a few examples in a moment. You can think about some of the problems that you were discussing in your groups. We found that it's being used at the local, state, and national levels. And we found that it's being implemented with varying types of HCD training and consultation support. So in some cases, a consultant leads the work. In some cases, a consultant provides training and coaching to the design teams. In some cases, the organization hires or builds HCD knowledge internally. So in terms of the range of problems that have been addressed using HCD, you've already heard a few great examples from my fellow panelists. We wanted to just share a few more that were highlighted in our brief. So our team conducted interviews with staff involved in these efforts, and additional detail is provided in the brief. This just gives an overview of their topics. So one case example is Multnomah Idea Lab in Multnomah County, Oregon, which worked on providing housing stability for families experiencing homelessness and promoting upward economic mobility. Central Susquehanna Intermediate Unit in Pennsylvania worked on growing social capital among clients pursuing healthcare-related credentials, education, and careers. And then our childcare example, the Kentucky Governor's Office of Early Childhood and Kentucky Division of Child Care, in partnership with the University of Kentucky and Child Care Aware of Kentucky, worked on improving coaching to better meet the needs of child care providers. And we want to provide just a few more examples. These are the 3 sites that participated in our pilot study and the problems that they addressed. So the Washington State Division of Child Support addressed parents not completing all of the steps of the application process to secure a child support order modification. The Denver Department of Human Services worked on reducing the rates of return to TANF for those who leave. And Santa Clara Social Services Agency worked on improving their own employee engagement. So next, I wanted to share the project's theory of change. I'm not going to work through the whole thing. I just wanted to put up a visual. As part of the overall project, the team developed and refined a theory of change for human-centered design, and it includes the inputs, the activities, and the outputs, and the expected outcomes for both the end users and for the organizations themselves. The theory of change was based on the review of the knowledge base and our very small pilot study of 3 sites. There's a lot of research that still needs to be done to test the various pieces of the theory of change, but we think that this does a good job of showing what we know from descriptive and implementation research that's been conducted to date. And I will just highlight a few pieces of it. Okay, so inputs. So what does it take to implement HCD? So we found that it is facilitated by having strong support from leadership, including an investment in providing needed resources. It's facilitated by having buy-in from those who are involved in the HCD process, that there's an interest in engaging users throughout the process. Implementation of HCD requires some expertise in HCD and the subject matter. And then characteristics of the design team make a difference. So we found that implementation is facilitated by putting together a design team that has a strong project manager to keep the process moving forward. Having a diversity of perspectives on the design team, having ongoing coaching or support if needed, and really dedicating staff time and effort to the process. Skipping over the activities, which we talked about as being the stages, and that will vary from project to project. We looked at organizational changes that might take place as a result of using HCD. For example, we'd expect staff who participate in HCD to demonstrate more of an HCD mindset. They'd have more empathy for end users, they'd have an openness to new perspectives, and they would engage in more innovative problem solving. And as the team develops their capacity, they would have more confidence in implementing the practices and more comfort in engaging end users. As the processes become more integrated into regular policies and procedures, we might expect to see the staff engage more with the community and take part in more collaborative work. And then there are outcomes for the end users. So first, we'd expect that they would find the solutions to be more relevant and usable. So we'd expect them to adopt the solutions. And while there's much more to learn here, in the end, we would expect to see improvements in the challenge that HCD was intended to address. So to sum up, we defined HCD as both a process to follow and a mindset for solving problems. It's unique from other approaches in the engagement of end users and other stakeholders at all stages of the design process. We found that HCD is facilitated by strong leadership support, buy-in from stakeholders, having a design team that has a strong facilitator and a diversity of perspectives, ongoing coaching, and really having dedicated time, effort, and collaboration. We found in the literature that HCD may lead to organizational changes like increased empathy, innovation, community engagement, and collaboration, although I will note that the research did not rigorously test that HCD caused those organizational changes. And similarly, since most of the evaluations of HCD in human services have been descriptive and focused on implementation, there's still much to learn about if and how HCD might ultimately improve the challenges that are being addressed. But I hope that this gives you a sense of what we know from the existing research on HCD, and it helps give you some ideas about how you could use human-centered design in implementing CCDF and the final rule. Again, our reports are on the OPRE website, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to myself or my colleague, Erin Cannon. So, thank you, and I will hand it back to Karen.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. For some of you in the room, you know I'm a researcher too, so any opportunity to talk about research with practical application, I am on board. So I really appreciate this part of the presentation because it really honed in that this is not just a process, human-centered design, but it is a mindset too. So it's a way of work, it's a way of thinking, and there's lots of things to facilitate in order to get the buy-in that you need in order to really effectively do human-centered design. So I hope you heard some of that and take that away with you as well. So I just have a couple of closing slides. I know we are between you and lunch. It's always difficult. I think this one's easier than like sometimes plenaries after lunch are super challenging too. But our closing challenge to you is how can you really apply human-centered design to your upcoming projects? Think about your CCDF implementation. Think about your plans. What do you really want to solve? And whom do you want to solve those problems with? So I hope this gives you an idea and a spark to start thinking about how you can apply human-centered design principles and that mindset with your own lead agency staff. And think about how you can share this with others who aren't here today. We know, some states and territories have smaller teams. Not everyone could be here, but what can you take back to them to share this information with them? So hopefully you can take the worksheet and the slide deck, but we also have some resources here to share with you. A couple of them, the first couple of them are the ones that Kathleen talked about from OPRE. There's a really fantastic executive order, and I don't know if people say that in the same sentence, fantastic and executive order, but I just did that, on federal customer experience and service delivery to rebuild trust in government, where I think a lot of these concepts really started coming to light, or reinvigorated, shall we say. And we do have a couple of practical guides and a toolkit on the CCTN website for all of you to access on human-centered design. So we hope you take advantage of those. And funny, we gave you links and not a QR code here. So we're kind of mixing it up a little bit to keep you on your toes. I also want to let you all know human-centered design is happening right now at STAM. Oh, it is. It's happening right outside the door of the plenary session, where we have folks there who are trying to get feedback on the ACF YouTube. So this is part of a human-centered design process. So if you haven't signed up, stop by and talk to them. Shameless plug for them right now. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that. I thank you for your time. I thank our speakers, Aubrey, Allison, and Mike, and of course Kathleen from the OPRE, and I will turn it over to Trisha to send us to lunch. Trisha?
So, hi everybody. Great work. It was funny, someone asked me which one of our Boston colleagues wanted to talk about wicked problems. I was like, funny story, Karen's a Hoosier. Boilermaker as well.
Boiler up,
Boilermaker.
yeah.
I was just looking, I don't think these slides are on our STAM site.
Oh, we will get them.
Okay, perfect. So we'll make sure that those are there so that you can actually access those links and the many QR codes. Everybody in this room is going to be an expert on QR codes by the end of tomorrow. Just a couple of quick reminders. Hot lunch downstairs, $12. The butter chicken is very good, something to think about. And a quick reminder as well, we're going to go into breakouts after lunch, but then our break is not a full half hour, it's just 15 minutes. So our last plenary will start at 3:15 and by 4:45, and everyone can get on with their day. Thanks, everybody.
cared nothing. You said that you had no time for that. And when I made a plan, you always felt boring. And I know why I'm still in love, yeah. You never care about gifts, never care nothing. You said that you had no time for that. And when I made a plan, you always felt boring. And I know why I'm still in love, yeah. You never care about gifts, never care nothing.
Check, check. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch, and welcome to the planning session here, our discussion session on prospective payments. This is really going to you're going to hate me for this one, but wait, just go with me. This is really going to work better if we move into and consolidate tables. So the folks that are sort of at one or two tables by themselves, so all the back row folks kind of move up and find a table where you can sit where there's more than 4 or 5 of you, really. So if you're part of a lead agency and you want to discuss or be part of the discussion, let's move up a little bit and kind of come together, make new friends. For the folks that are just coming in, this is the prospective payments discussion session. We'll get started here in just a minute, but if you are part of a lead agency and would like to take part in the conversation, please move forward and add yourself to a collective table that has more than just you or 2 or 3 other people. It's going to work much better later on because we're going to do some group discussion questions. Yeah, that's right. If not, I'm just going to move you myself. Come on now. I think they can follow us. I think they can.
Okay. All right, everybody, good afternoon. I want to welcome you to the session, and I understand we just got surprised that we are live streaming, so I want to welcome everybody who's online with us as well. This is a session regarding prospective payments, paying prospectively, I should say, and it is a chance and an opportunity for you all to talk and have open discussion with others and your peers and learn all about this topic. My name is Kathy Edler. I am the managing director of Sorry, this is really, I can't see a thing. So I'm the Managing Director of Early Childhood Systems for the Emergency Preparedness and Disaster Response and Recovery Team at the State Capacity Building Center. That means I get to be Vanna for this session, so I'm just kind of here for the directions. And I see a lot of our OCC friends and partners here, and I'm really happy to be here. But I really am happy to be working together with both Julie Ingersoll and Joe Roberts, and I'm going to let them say a little bit about their roles before we jump in.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julie Ingersoll with the Subsidy Center with Nixia. I work with the Equal Access team, and my particular slice of the equal access pie and payment practices is prospective enrollment and the 7% copay.
And good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Roberts. I am the Friendly Neighborhood Technical Assistance Liaison for Region 8, but I've been drafted in to help sort of guide this conversation and talk a little bit about prospective payments and where we're at. We've seen it coming for a long time, and what we've kind of done is we have up here at the front table some folks you may have heard from before. They have already sort of worked on and sort of implemented pieces of the prospective payment requirement part. And so that's what we'll do today. We'll talk with our state friends up here at the front table. It's kind of the doers, if you will, the folks that's kind of already done it. And then we'll really, this is an open discussion session. It's going to work as best as you bring your questions. So if you have questions, if you have thoughts or you have musings, this is the time to bring it out, because we've done some of these in the regional meetings, but we've never had a room this big, right? We're going to hear different perspectives in different places from different states. And I don't know if Agda is in the room.
I can't see a thing because of the lights.
Agda Burchard, the regional program manager from Region 3, has kind of been our guiding light from the regional office and our partner in this. So we'd like to thank Agda if she's in the room. So yeah, let's get going. I want to turn it over to Julie. She has a few questions for you just to see who's in the room today.
Well, first of all, I feel a little lost without Megan Campbell beside me. I'm not sure where to stand or what to do, Megan, but it's nice to see you back there. For those of you who had the joy of being at any of the regional cluster meetings, I think you'll be delighted to know that I have declared any session I'm in STAM a Cahoots-free zone. So we're going to go old school. We're not going to do Cahoots. We're going to go old-fashioned show of hands. And also because of the delightfully large size of our group, we're not going to go around and do individual introductions because that would consume our entire 90 minutes. But when you have an opportunity to ask a question, and that's another wink, wink encouragement, please ask questions, then just share your name and state, so we just kind of get a feel for who you are and what kinds of questions are surfacing. Before we get started, I would like to just real quickly, how many folks in the room are state administrators, CCDF administrators, co-administrators? How many folks are program integrity accountability related folks? Thank you, Bob. How many are subsidy program managers? Okay, we've got a very nice mix, and then I know we've got other folks in the room too. Of the folks, and it's okay if you're multiple people and you all raise your hand for this, how many folks right now that are in the room have already implemented payment by enrollment? Quite a number, okay. How many are anticipating doing a waiver for payment by enrollment? Very good. How many in the room have already implemented prospective payments but are in here to learn a little more and see what they can do to tweak or improve the program? Good. How many are anticipating doing a waiver for prospective payments? Oh my goodness. It's like I'm doing an auction here. Okay. Everyone wins. You're sold. Once you're able to put those in, of course. So I think I just want to also, because we don't know how the time's going to flow today, we know we're the after lunch group, so we got to be a little more Emmy Award winning to keep you all engaged and excited. So I do want to just put a plug in that we are planning to do a peer facilitated discussion, a cohort conversation similar to those, if those of you are familiar with the Let's Talk series that we've been doing on alternative methodology, we're going to implement something similar this fall around payment practices. Guess what? Prospective, enrollment, and co-pays. So I'm hoping that a lot of you folks that raised your hands, if I ask the question, how many would like to participate in a peer discussion around that and keep learning from your peers and sharing and problem solving, I'm hoping the same number of hands would go up for that. Would that be close? Wonderful, wonderful. So I think without further ado, we'll get to the reason you're all here. We want this to be a conversation. Again, regional meeting people, you've heard my voice enough. We really want this to be your opportunity to talk to the doers, to talk amongst yourselves at your tables, to seek out peers when you hear them say something interesting when we get to the table talk portion of this. So make this your opportunity.
All right. One other classification, and just in the room, how many folks would consider yourselves finance or fiscal folks in the room? Okay. All right. Important. So, yeah, we just want to hear from our friends here that are the folks who are kind of in the process or have been doing prospective payments for some time. And if it's okay, I'll let you guys introduce yourselves and spend just a couple minutes telling the room about where you're at, what your state is currently doing, and where you may be planning to go. So we'll start with you, Allison.
Okay, hello again. I'm going to stand up so I can see you. Allison Wilson from Texas, with Texas Workforce Commission. So we are in the process of launching a new statewide application case management system that will include prospective payments. We did kind of a soft launch in July. The full launch is going to be September 1st, and that's when prospective payments will begin for us. To give you a little bit of context, because I think it's important to kind of understand the structure of a state and how the money flows when we're talking about payments. Texas, our CCDF program is administered by our 28 local workforce development boards, so 28 regions across the state. They're very diverse. I mean, it's a big state. But they're diverse not just in terms of, geography and location, but also size and, all of the things. The Gulf, just for example, the Gulf Coast region is our largest workforce development board. It's actually like a quarter of our program in the state. So it's bigger than some of y'all's state programs. We have the largest block grant right now. The 1 in 10 children live in Texas. So even though we're not population-wise the largest, we are as far as children go. So the prospective payments process, we're having to make those automation changes to implement it, but it's also been a huge change management effort, partly because we've got 28 different ways of kind of doing things. So they, pay based on reimbursement, but they don't all follow the same schedule, and they may have different sort of internal processes. So part of what we're having to do is to really move towards a statewide approach. The new process is going to be based on 2-week payment periods. Everyone in the whole state will be on the same calendar, and they will issue those payments. We heard yesterday about how you can't control the banks. The expectation is that payments would be issued by like the first 2 or 3 within the first 2 or 3 days of a payment period at the latest. We do have some areas that have more complicated business structures, so it takes them longer to process payments, while we have other areas of the state that'll, be able to implement this very easily. So, so that's kind of our context. We've been paying based on enrollment since 2016. The way we handle absences is that we don't punish the provider because they still have to staff a classroom whether they know a child's going to be there or not, but we hold parents accountable. So we have an attendance standard, and if a child has more than 40 unexcused, unexplained absences within their 12-month eligibility period, we can terminate their care for essentially like a program violation. So that's been in place since 2016, and it really set us up to be able to move to prospective payments. The other 2 things I'll say that allowed us to move in this direction. One is that the lead agency for CCDF in Texas is the Workforce Commission, And our leadership, 3 commissioners that are appointed by the governor, are very invested in economic development and being a support to employers. And so it wasn't hard to position this policy, which was approved before the final rule came out, as something that was business friendly, employer friendly. So that was, a plus for us in a red state. It seems like a progressive policy, but it's business friendly. And then the other thing that helped was that when you make the switch over to pay prospectively, you've got that one period of time where you're kind of having to double up payments to get ahead. And we did use some of our ARPA dollars to fund that transition, basically. So that also reduced that fiscal pain that there can be with making the switch. So that's all I'm going to share now, but I'm sure you guys will have questions.
Hello, my name's Ann Staka Mejia. I'm the Child Care Subsidy Program Manager in the state of Utah. We've been paying prospectively for about 24 years. We paid the parent directly for most of that time, and then in 2015 we changed to payment to provider and continue to pay prospectively to the providers. 98% of our providers get direct deposit, and then the rest get a check. It's their choice what they want to do. When we made that transition, we are state administered, and all of our eligibility staff process benefits for all public assistance programs. We also have a state administered child care CCR in our database that is used, and so we don't have a billing system for providers. The way that it works is that providers are required to report their rates, their monthly rates for each age group in the Child Care Resource and Referral Database that our eligibility system is able to pull that data from to be able to do a comparison between the rates that they charge based on the age of the child and the maximum that they're eligible for subsidy, and it does that comparison to determine how much they get paid. We issue payments on a monthly basis, 2 business days before the end of the month, so that the providers that have direct deposit, again, it does depend on the financial institution that they're with, but it's usually available on the first business day of the month. And then we also have an 8-hour minimum attendance requirement for the child. I don't know if I said that already. Because we pay based on enrollment, there's no overpayment for the provider if they don't attend, but that's a control that we have in place to be able to stop the payments from going out the following month. Providers are required to report to us by the 25th of each month in our portal to let us know that the child hasn't attended the 8 hours, so that we have time to stop that payment from going out for the next month. If the parent wants to change providers, they have to report that within 10 days, and the provider, if they are aware that the child's not coming, they also have to report that to us timely so that we can stop those payments until we hear from the parent to know that they have a continued need for care.
Hi, I'm Emily Kearns. I am the co-CCDF administrator for North Dakota and the Child Care Assistance Program Administrator for the state. We went live with prospective payments in November of 2022. We also made the switch to paying by enrollment at the same time. So when we did that, we chose to build a brand new provider portal. So we had one, we scratched it, we started over, and without that provider portal, we wouldn't be able to do prospective payments. We're a state-run, county-administered, but the way the prospective payments work for us is providers come in, they certify that the child is enrolled to attend for the future month, and then we have a batch that runs automatically, pulls that and processes it. Our batch also runs 2 business days prior to the first of the month. We're honestly hoping to change that to 3 because our providers aren't getting their payments by the 1st, and we want to try to get the payments in their hands by the 1st. We also do require attendance records for our payments. So they have 2 months to submit those attendance records to us. They can upload it from any attendance app that they're using, or we have a form that we've created that they can upload as well. If we don't get their attendance records submitted and uploaded through our portal, our system automatically stops them from entering and requesting a payment until they get those uploaded. I'm sure there's a lot of things I'm missing. North Dakota.
All right, thank you to the participants. What questions do we have of them right now? Burning questions that you're like, I've got to ask a question. If you could tell us what your name is and your state.
Nora, I'm from New York. And all 3, do you guys have a wait list? I know Texas does, right? But I would, if you have a wait list, how many people are on it?
At the moment, I believe it's about 75,000 on our wait list, and we're serving, I think, like 152,000 children per day on average. And we do go all the way up to 85% SMI.
Utah does not have a wait list, and we do pay at 85% SMI as well.
North Dakota does not have a wait list. We've recently dropped down to 75% SMI due to a legislative decision.
Have one over here.
Good afternoon, Michelle from Arizona. I think my question is going to be for North Dakota. When you said that, well, I just want to confirm I heard you right. Did you say before you do the payment, the month before, a provider says the children that are enrolled?
Yep, so we open up enrollment for, let's say, September. That opens up August 20th. They can start coming in and certifying enrollment for September. We don't actually do anything with that, so they can still come in and edit that up until that batch runs like August 28th.
So you're basing your payment in September on who was enrolled in August?
No, who is still enrolled for September. Yep, they're still enrolled. They're planning on attending in September, but they're entering that in August, yes.
In August. And so then if someone comes in September, you already paid, right, for those that were enrolled, and you have someone that came in mid-month, how do you handle that child?
So our batch runs nightly. So they can, at any point in time, a new child is added. They can, as soon as that child's out there, they can go in and certify, and our batch will pick it up that night and process that payment.
Okay. I think I heard yesterday during the morning policy conversation that children who come in, so children that enroll in the month, that we can pay for that month based on attendance, because that's the month that it was issued. Did I hear that correctly? I don't know if anyone can answer that question.
So I think the clarification that I heard yesterday was basically saying you don't have to pay prospectively when a child starts. And that makes sense, right? Because we don't have a crystal ball. So we don't know what the payment would be, and we don't want to make the family wait just so that we can make the payment prospectively. So that's how it'll work in our state as well, that for that very first payment period of that child's enrollment, it will be in part or in full, after.
And I see Megan nodding affirmatively, so I think we're good, aren't we? Okay, all right, thumbs up. Yep, we have one right here real quick.
Good afternoon, Philip from Kentucky. Have a couple questions, one for North Dakota. I might have overlooked this one. The question being, what is the minimum number of days that a child has to attend?
We have an 8-hour minimum requirement.
8 hours per month?
Per month.
The next question being for each of the states, what type of automation system changes were implemented for integrity and accountability? Followed by, how was this information shared with the families, as far as like the family engagement and the providers, so that they were aware of this upcoming change?
So I guess the communication piece you're asking on, that was something we struggled with and did not do well enough, because as we went live with it, we realized that there's still a lot of questions. So I'm probably not the best state to give advice on that, other than what not to do. Start early with your communication. Program accountability, we did build quite a few things in with like the attendance record piece, where if they don't have that uploaded, it's not gonna let them certify for payment. We have some other built-ins, like we allow 2 providers to be paid per month. Anytime there's more than 2 providers associated to a child, those actually come to state policy for review to make sure we're not paying a third and that we're not paying more than 1 full-time rate, because we'll pay 1 full-time, 1 part-time. So anytime there's more than 1 provider, those get reviewed and processed outside of the batch.
So for program integrity, we have a monthly certification process. So we have a provider portal, and then starting in October to be on the 20th of the month through the last calendar day of the month, they're required to go into our portal and review all of their cases, all of the children that received a subsidy, and confirm that they were in their care at least 8 hours and that they have an ongoing need to the best of their knowledge for the next month. And if they don't certify, we have a report that we get of providers that miss certification that we follow up with and can do increased monitoring. We do overpayments. We do different things that we have the ability through that process. And then we also implemented an attendance system requirement that licensed providers are required to use a system that meets our department specifications, so that we can, I can't speak too much to how we rolled that out with parents. I want to say that we did some type of a mass mailing to the families, but I can't confirm that for sure. I do know and remember that there was a lot of discussion with providers about the change. They actually wanted us to change to payment to provider, and so there were a lot of talks about that, and made sure that they were very aware of that transition, and making sure that we were able to get their direct deposit to be able to make that happen timely for them.
Okay, so I think your first question was the systems question. So as I mentioned, we're in the process of rolling out a new automated system. Our previous case management system was built in the late 90s. Yeah, and it would not have lent itself to reprogramming to make prospective payments happen. So that was another thing where the stars kind of aligned for us, that we were planning this major system replacement, and so we were able to implement get this policy change approved with an effective date that would align with that new system. We are contracted with Kinder Systems, that's the vendor. None of the other states that they were working with when they were awarded the contract were doing prospective payments. So we're the guinea pigs. They had to build that from scratch, and so it's been working really closely with them on how we want that to flow. In terms of communication, as I mentioned, there's a lot of change management involved, and yeah, the communication piece is critical. We're in the window now where we're about to have to do some really serious communicating with the parents in particular, because they have not been made aware yet that, like, for instance, their co-pays are going to be calculated on a weekly basis because you have to align the copay with the subsidy payment, right? Because they, you know, it's part making a whole. So that hasn't happened yet. We're hoping that, or planning to leverage communication tools within the system that will, you know, send out a notification and the parent can log into a portal basically and get whatever message, whatever notification we've sent them. So that'll be how we initially notify them of that change. We have already been communicating with providers, and they're very excited that we're moving to prospective payments. So then your third, what was the third thing? Program integrity. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have that attendance standard. We do also have automated attendance tracking. Kinder Systems is also doing that for us. So parents have to record attendance, and that's one way that we know, you know, whether or not the children are actually receiving care. I will say that there's program integrity kind of changes what you're looking at when you switch to pay based on enrollment, because it's okay if the child's not there every day, you're going to pay for it. So it in some ways simplifies part of program integrity because you just need to know that the child was authorized for care that day. So, you know, part of the process that's kind of baked into the system is that it will only calculate payments for approved childcare authorizations in the system. Another thing that we do in terms of program integrity is that we purchased, as part of this contract, an add-on module that they offered through a partner that's called Integrity Central, and it's like an algorithm-based dashboard that you can create indicators for data anomalies. So if, for example, all the children at a provider are being checked in like at the same time or within like the same, you know, brief window, things like that. Also, they have, you know, GPS, the geo codes, I'm not remembering the right term, but in the system, so you can also see if there's shady things going on in terms of where the attendance check-in is happening, right? So we will be launching that as well this fall and are looking forward to that, helping us to more proactively identify areas of risk that, you know, need investigation. So, and then lastly, I'll say that, you know, I mentioned that our program is administered regionally by the 28 workforce development boards. They are not direct service providers. In our state statute, they're required to contract out service delivery. So there's another layer there, and in some ways, you know, it's another piece of overhead, but on the flip side, it's another layer of accountability, and those contractors, if there's an improper payment, they're on the hook for it. And we have, I think, one of the lowest improper payment rates in the country right now. It's like less than 1%. I'm crossing my fingers that as we move to this new system, we keep that low percentage, but yeah, the structure makes a difference too.
Okay. I know I have a loaded question, so I had to kind of like jot it down. So it's really to all the states because I'm trying to process how the 12-month eligibility intersect with prospective payment and enrollment. So I guess one of the questions is if you guys can share how are you defining enrollment, and if you guys have a portal, an online portal for both the parent and the provider. And the other one I heard about certification of attendance, is that the parent and the provider that certify that and the frequency of that? Because I'm just trying to just understand when we have a 12-month eligibility requirement and who's obligated to determine whether or not that person, that child is enrolled, or, and then what's the due process, meaning appeal process? I know it's kind of loaded, but I was just curious about how all these things work together, because I'm just thinking about prospective payment, and you have to look at attendance policy, you have to look at payment policy, and you got to look at also our very strict 12-month eligibility policy. So I was just curious.
Yeah, it all ties together. Well, for Texas, when a child is determined eligible, parent selects a provider, they're authorized for care with that specific provider for certain days of the week, or, you know, part-time or full-time. And that is essentially like the enrollment authorization that goes into the attendance system. So, you know, the systems know about whether or not a child belongs to a particular provider on a particular day and time. And that authorization, the enrollment authorization, is entered with, you know, a begin and end date. So you have both like the eligibility window and also like the authorization, because maybe they're only going to be there for the school year and they switch providers during the summer. So yeah, I mean, it's all kind of just built into the system. The system also, you know, has the ability to outreach parents when they're getting within a certain number of days of their 12 months, so that you can get them to submit the information you need to redetermine eligibility. So that's kind of how it works for us.
Okay, so I tried to jot down some of the questions here. As far as defining enrollment, if it's a new child going to a new provider, we require both the parent and the provider to verify that start date, to make sure that that's just a confirmation that the child really is enrolled with the provider and that they're both on the same page, and that we have a start date to work from. The online portal is specific to providers only. We have a provider portal that they are required to access all of their information about their subsidy cases. And that's where they put their tax ID and their direct deposit information. That's where they report changes to us if they know that a child is no longer enrolled, or that care is being terminated for some reason, or that they won't be attending next month, but they attended 8 hours this month. They're required to report that in our portal. Again, the windows, right now it's from the 25th to the end of the month. We're extending that to the 20th to the end of the month, so that just to allow more time for providers to report, and then also for us to act on those changes before monthly issuance at the, that's 2 business days before the end of the month. We want to be able to stop those payments faster. We think that lengthening that certification period will help us with that. You mentioned due process and appeals. In most instances, if there's an overpayment, it will be on the provider because they received a payment. Usually what happens is if they don't report the change timely and they aren't holding that spot for the next month and the parents change providers, then that first provider will end up with an overpayment. That doesn't happen as often now that we're paying based on enrollment, and they can keep that payment for that first month whether they provided care for the child or not. But we do still occasionally have those overpayments, and typically they're on the provider. So we have a whole appeals unit that handles that, and they have a right to a review, an administrative hearing, to determine whether or not that's the correct decision. And I believe those are all the questions.
Okay, as we're passing the mic, and we have 1, 2, and I know more questions for both of us, those who are asking and those who are answering, can we stand up because they're having a hard time for the live stream picking up? I know you love that, Emily, but I just want to say that.
Thank you.
Okay. I also wrote down some notes. Defining enrollment, we basically, whatever agreement the provider and the family have come to, if they both agree that the child's going to go there, we require that the family reports that to us, and then we enter in that association. That's basically how we define the enrollment. We associate the child to a provider up through their eligibility end date or through the provider's license end date, whichever one comes sooner, unless they give us a different end date. We have an online portal for both of our families and our providers. They're not connected. They're connected to our eligibility system, but they're not connected. So on the client side, the family portal, they can come in and they can select a provider from there. They can report a change in providers, that kind of thing. And then the providers, everything payment-based is all on the provider side. They're required to report the attendance, changes like that. That's all done on the provider side. Typically, when we have overpayments, it also is tied to the provider. The ones we see most often is that the child ended up not attending the minimum 8 hours. We see a lot of confusion with holding a spot. The child's not starting for 2 or 3 months and they're billing anyway, so we see a lot of confusion thinking that they can bill for the holding of a spot. So we do see quite a few provider overpayments.
Hi, I'm Tamara Patrick from Louisiana. First, I would like to say thank you to Texas for being the quote-unquote guinea pig, because we will be rolling out prospective payments with Kinder Systems immediately following you all, so thank you for that. My question is, I just wanted to ensure for all three of you guys that all of these payments are completely automatic, so even if you guys are going back and like making corrective payments, are those just picking up in these nightly batch runs for the children?
So, yes, kind of. So it does get picked up in the batch, but anytime they enter a correction to an amount that's already been paid, those come for an additional review. We require them to enter in a reason why they're submitting a correction so that we can make sure that this is a valid reason why we should be issuing more.
I'm sorry, who is they? Who's issuing the
Provider.
correction?
Or,
Okay.
well, so in our state policy reviews it. So if a provider comes in and submits for an underpayment, let's say something changed, their rates changed, they forgot to, we see a lot of that. My rate increased and I forgot to update it on my portal, or the child's attending more days, I need to add those on. So they're entering in those comments. Policy for us reviews it, and then we can approve an underpayment. We also can approve an overpayment. So we see the more training we're giving our providers about this is what we require of you for corrections. So we don't establish an overpayment for our providers if the family chooses to leave in the middle of a month. They can keep the rest of the payment. But if they terminate their agreement with the family and the child can no longer attend, then we require them to submit a correction, and we will only pay for the time the child attended. So they'll come in and they'll submit a correction, the provider. This is the corrected amount for the time the child actually attended, so then we would then approve an overpayment. So it's partially automated. All I have to do is click approve or deny, but it still requires a one review.
So our 12-month eligibility is automated, but if we're making changes within that 12-month period because of a change in providers or an increase in hours, then our eligibility worker does have to go in and put in that new information and reassess the payment. So that part is manual, but then the system will recalculate it and reissue the underpayment. If there's an overpayment, they just submit it in within our system. They will submit an overpayment referral that goes to our calculation team, and they will determine the overpayment and send out all the notices to the provider.
So it will work much the same in terms of the system automatically updating whether it's an overpayment or underpayment. The next payment that's going to go to the provider will get adjusted. They can go back in, and even after like the payments have been calculated for the next payment run, before they generate the payments, they can change something to uncalculated and go back and make a change before even running the prospective payment. One thing I do want to mention that we did in Texas to help reduce the volume of these changes was that we made the policy decision that for certain kinds of changes, such as the child has a birthday and now they're in a new rate group because they were a toddler and now they're a preschooler. Or the provider just got certified in our QRIS system and now is eligible for a higher reimbursement rate. Changes like that, what we're telling our customers, parents, providers, is that those, primarily providers, that those changes will be applied at the next payment cycle. So we're trying to create that expectation that's when that'll go into effect. They may get lucky and see it sooner, because if there was a change in that batch of payments that is being run and they pull something back, it'll recalculate based on the data that's in the system that day. But those changes, a lot of them, especially the child aging, that's going to be in favor of the provider, right? Because they're going to get a lower rate when the birthday gets applied. So.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just had 2 more questions. If I think Utah, you stated that the providers are required to report if the child has not met the 8-hour minimum, and they have to report their changes. Is that correct? And what happens if they don't? Like, how is this? Are you guys using like reporting systems? Are your attendance tracking to show like a child that has not been in attendance? Is that on the program integrity side?
Yes, to some degree it is. We do, like I said, we require attendance records to be maintained. A lot of times we find out through the parent, because if they didn't attend the 8 hours, it's because they're using another provider, and so they're reporting a change in providers, and so then that leads to a question to that other provider, like, were you aware that they were changing providers, and when were you aware, so that we can determine to determine if they reported that change timely or not. And then through the certification process, if we're finding that providers aren't reporting truthfully, then that could lead to administrative disqualification hearing or other types of penalties for them.
Thank you. And lastly, North Dakota, can you talk some more about the 2 months to submit records, and if they don't submit the attendance records, what is the actions that are taking place there?
So if they don't submit the attendance records, our system prevents any future payments from going out. And then also, we monitor for a random sampling of, like, we have a report that tracks any attendance records that haven't been submitted or have been just as a part of program integrity. Our staffing's pretty small. We don't have a program integrity unit, so it's just a couple of us looking at this. So it's something we really struggle with, but we do have a report that tracks, no, they didn't submit it. So if we can't get it from the provider, we have in their provider agreement that if there are no attendance records to show that the child attended, an overpayment will be created for the entire month.
All right, Joe, I've got one over here. I'm going to play bad cop and ask folks to make their question their most pressing question, because we've got about 5 or 6 people, I think, in the queue trying to get their question in. So I'm going to take one right here, and then we'll bounce back over to you, Joe. There you go.
North Dakota, do you do electronic attendance reporting?
No, not yet. Something I would love to see our state do in the next couple of years, because it's really a pain point to not.
Okay. And for those that do have electronic attendance, do you mandate which service they use, such as Brightwheel, ProCare? And which systems vendors do you guys use?
So our providers have an option. Kinder Systems has an attendance tracking system, and they can use that. If they decide to use that, then they're issued a tablet, and parents check in on that tablet. Parents can also download an app to their smartphone and check in that way. And then we also give providers the option to use their child care management system. I don't have the full list that is supported memorized, but I can tell you it's a lot of the usual suspects, you know, ProCare, Brightwheel. Yeah, I think there are probably about a dozen of them. And so those are companies that have decided to work with Kinder Systems, who has an API, an application programming interface. And if a provider has one of those systems and wants to use it, they upload the attendance to our system on a weekly basis.
So we just implemented that attendance system requirement about a year ago this month, and so it's still kind of a new process for us, and we didn't implement it the way we had originally intended it to be implemented. We have created our own attendance record keeping system, but it's not a requirement that they use our system. If they do use our system, then we have access to it and we can see the records and those red flags and things like that. But if they don't use our system, then they can use ProCare, Brightwheel. There's a list of acceptable vendors, kind of like Allison said, it sounds like it's similar to her list, that meet our specifications. We don't have a system that feeds into ours, and so we don't require that they submit attendance records on a monthly basis, only upon request. If we question something, then we'll ask them for that documentation to verify it. And we don't know if perhaps in the future we can do something kind of like what they're looking at. I think we would like to be able to do that at some point.
Okay. Hi, I'm Dee in West Virginia, and I had a question. I heard you say that providers can increase their attendance if they need it. So if you had a family that came in on part-time, and then the next month the provider billed for full-time rates, does that family stay at full-time rates for the remainder of their certification period after that?
So they'd already have to be approved for full-time. You know, they're only going to be approved for one full-time provider, and if they're switching back and forth between providers, they can choose which provider is going to get the full-time rate, which one's going to get the part-time. But it's a lot of communication and responsibility on the families to do that. So they typically just pick one provider and it rides full-time, and then if they don't quite meet that full-time, they're still eligible for that full-time. It doesn't typically go back and forth between the two, but they do have the option to, as long as they're approved to have up to the full-time.
Hi, I'm Jessie Murray. I'm from Massachusetts. I had a question. You know, you are now at the space where you have prospective payments. We're all a step behind. And I wanted to know if there are any specific lessons, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, is there anything that you would have done differently in your, you know, implementation, rollout, change management? Thank you.
Yeah, so I've kind of touched on this a little bit, but communication and just kind of, hey, this is coming sooner rather than later. And I guess we were in a different spot where, you know, we didn't have to do it. So it's like, well, we don't want to say anything too early and not have it go live when we anticipated, but still going back, we would have started that early. And then other thing is just make sure you have all your key players at the table. Like fiscal is a very important person to have there. We also tried to bring in some providers to help us with testing the system once it was at a place where it could be tested. So that was really valuable for us. There's still lessons we're learning now and tweaks that we're making, kind of a never-ending process.
It's been a lot of trial and error for us over the last several years, and we have gone and done a lot of different things as far as paying by enrollment and prospective payments, even just different adjustments that we made during COVID, and then scaling it back again. I think one of our biggest hangups or challenges that we see is when the way that our system works is if they don't report timely, or maybe they do report timely, but we're not able to stop that benefit from going out for the following month. And then that's what creates those overpayments. And we've been trying to kind of get a handle on that so we don't have as many overpayments. And I think we have reduced those, but it is complicated because of the parent. Many times they'll report a change of providers on the first day of the month. Well, we just issued the payment 2 days ago. So now we've got to figure out, since we're paying based on enrollment, technically that old provider is entitled to keep that payment for the full month. And so we try to educate the parents constantly that if you want to, report a change, you need to do it in the month before. Otherwise, we can't make that change for another month because we've already paid your former provider and they are able to keep that payment. So we encourage them to stay with that provider through the month, or they have to pay out of pocket to that new provider for that month until we're able to make the change for the following month, if that's making sense. So I would say that's one of our trickiest issues to get around.
So that is a tricky issue. Since we have the 2-week payment periods, we do something similar. Parents they have to give us 2 weeks notice at least if they want to change providers. Your question kind of takes me back to the session this morning on human-centered design, and I think what we've all been kind of saying is you need to have the right people at the table as you're designing a new process, potentially making automation changes. We did include end users all the way, down to the staff level payment worker in both design sessions with our vendor as well as during user acceptance testing. And they helped us uncover a lot of stuff that we would have done wrong if we hadn't involved them. So I think that's really critical. It also helps, this is such a dramatic change for many folks that it helps to get some buy-in. You're always going to have those people that don't like change and are going to whine and complain no matter what you do. But if you can bring along some of those, change ambassadors, they can help and make for a smoother transition.
Thank you, ladies. I'm Josh Clement from Montana. I'm a fiscal person, but I feel like I slept at Holiday Inn Express last night, so I kind of understand CCDF pretty well. One of the biggest challenges I try to support our director is when it comes to the fraud. And so prospective payment makes us fiscal people very nervous as when do we actually get the recoupment? How's that certification? And it sounded like one of you 3 ladies mentioned that if they hadn't been in attendance, you would terminate their eligibility, which seemed contradictory to what CCDF rules apply. But we're really curious from Montana's perspective is how do you handle that family didn't show up and we're paying prospectively, and at what point do you recoup if we're not really looking for certification?
So we don't just automatically terminate care for absences. I want to make that clear. The attendance standard is that if they exceed 40 absences in their 12-month eligibility period, we're going to be reaching out to that family to figure out what's going on. And it's possible that the conclusion of that information gathering will be that this family doesn't need care, isn't using care, and we would end care. We do require providers to report like 5 consecutive no-shows. So there is also that safeguard in to help catch those situations sooner when a family just kind of falls off the face of the earth. They never showed up. And, you know, and I kind of go back to the part about when you're paying based on enrollment, you're not going to be looking for the same things when you're talking about fraud. So it's really like that the provider or the parent or together, they deliberately have not informed or have withheld information about that child's participation in the program. So again, because the child, they might have a valid reason. Maybe the family's only car broke down and they can't get it fixed and they don't have any way to get the child there. Like things like that can happen, and that's not fraud, right? So it looks different.
You really have to redefine your definition of fraud when you're paying by enrollment, because it's not fraud if you're paying by enrollment and the child was scheduled to attend and they don't attend. That doesn't mean that any wrongdoing occurred. There's, like Allison said, there's plenty of reasons that might happen. We do need to have that minimum 8-hour attendance requirement, and so if the provider, maybe let me clarify that a little bit further from what I said earlier, if the provider has not been able to communicate with that parent to find out what, if they're planning to attend, is the 25th of the month, and they still haven't been there the 8 hours, then they do need to report that to us so that we can stop that payment for the next month. The family's still eligible for care, but we just don't want to issue another prospective payment until we can verify that that child is still planning to stay enrolled with that same provider, or if they're switching providers or no longer want child care or something like that. It's just a way for us to control that payment from running indefinitely without knowing what's going on, when that's such a minimum attendance requirement to begin with.
I also wanted to add that with our 40-day policy, we do also notify both the family and the provider when the child has accumulated 15 absences, and again when they've accumulated 30. So they know that they're racking these up and that they're risking losing their eligibility if it continues.
I think even for us, yeah, very minimal, the overpayments we're seeing, they're not fraud related. It's really an education piece of what can they certify payment for and what is not allowable. And even though it's outlined in their provider agreement and we have all this training available, I don't know, very small percentage actually read that. So once an overpayment is established, we do recoup from the provider's payments. So we recoup 10% of any payment that they receive until the overpayment is resolved. A lot of our providers, you know, they know that we do that, so they choose to write a check in full. They'd rather have it just paid off and done with than having to try to sit and figure out the calculations of, okay, this family, I actually received this amount, but 10% was taken for my debt. So a lot of them choose to just pay it in full. So we are a little bit stricter with our overpayments and just recouping it right away.
Claudia, we have a question at your table? We're good? Okay. We're good. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carissa from Nevada. I am wondering from Utah, or all of you, in the case of the overpayments, are you just simply adjusting their payments for the next month, or are you recouping from the provider?
It depends on the situation. So if the child is still attending that, or one of the children in the household are still attending that provider the next month, and it's a small overpayment, then we can just offset the amount for the next month and apply it that way. If the child is no longer, or the house, I should say all the children in the family are no longer attending that provider anymore, then we have to do an overpayment. And then many do just want to write us a check, or they can even pay with a card over the phone, or they can set up a 12-month payment plan. I mean, there's several options that providers have to be able to repay the debt.
So we do it similarly in Texas, but one difference is that we adjust the payment like at the whole provider level, not the family level. So even if that family doesn't have a child in care anymore, if that provider is serving other subsidy children, we still have a payment to deduct that overpayment from, if that makes sense. And then, of course, there are situations where maybe that was the only subsidy child they had, or, for whatever reason, it's not an amount that we can get back that way. And in those cases, there would be, like a repayment plan that we would set up, and they might pay it all at once, or, we might work with them to spread it over time.
Hi, I'm Michael Blackman from Georgia. I just have a question for Texas. You mentioned about your improper payment rate. You said it was less than 1%, fingers crossed and all of that. Can you talk a little bit about, I think you said that y'all may have like 8 or 28, like some separate entities. I was just curious about a little bit more about how that works and what exactly is that team or whatever that is helping y'all to do, and how that relates back to that success with the payment rate, with the improper payment rate.
Yeah, sure. So the Workforce Commission has 28 different workforce development boards that are, designated at the state level. I can't remember if they're in statute or not, but, and all of the direct care dollars and a portion of the quality set-aside funds are allocated to those 28 regions. Formula allocated. The allocation is very similar to the federal funding allocation. And, but they are not direct service providers. So they administer a number of programs, not just child care. They administer things under, the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, employment services, Wagner-Pizer, a number of things. And none of those things do they deliver directly. So they procure contractors to actually deliver the services, to outreach families, determine eligibility, document eligibility, do quality assurance on eligibility, and to determine the payments that need to go out. Who actually makes the payments actually varies by board area. In some areas, it's the contractor who's issuing the payment to the providers, and in some areas, the contractor is basically sending the payment run, the payment report to the board, and the board is issuing the ACH, payments. Local control, it's 28 different flavors, but yeah, because of those layers and these contractors, some of them are for-profit, some of them are not-for-profit. We have some that may have contracts with multiple board areas. It varies, and then every, I don't know if it's 3 years or 5 years, they've got to re-procure, and you may get a new contractor. And that means that those frontline staff move to a new employer. But it is built into their contracts that typically that if some, accountability for improper payments. So they watch it very closely because they're going to have to pay it back out of non-federal funds, and these being private entities, like, we can do that. We can expect them to do that. I think it's much more challenging if you're a state-run program. It's just different. But it does mean that the contractor is doing their own quality assurance. The board also at that regional level has a monitoring function to oversee their contractor. And then we at the state level have a monitoring function where we go in and oversee them. So it's another level of monitoring. How long did it take us to establish that structure? So that structure was created in state statute in 1995. And that's when childcare also, that's when the Workforce Commission was created, kind of following the national one-stop model, and Texas included childcare in that service delivery framework. And yeah.
Again, Philip from the state of Kentucky. A follow-up question for all three states. I really appreciate all the information as being very helpful to us. Kentucky is kind of in a unique situation. We're already paying based on enrollment, and we are already in the process of working with Brightwell for attendance. So now we're moving into paying prospectively. So with that, my question for each of you, would you be able to share with us your business model that was used for paying prospectively so that we can look at different segments of your models?
Are you looking for like written documents?
Yes, your written documentation, so that as we're going through, we're going to have to make some system changes, regulatory changes, policy changes, and touching each of those different modules.
Certainly we can share some stuff. Since we're in the middle and about to implement, I'm going to forewarn you that it's a little chaotic. But yeah, we can share some things that you may find useful. You know, I will say that since we've got a vendor doing the automation stuff, I can't share their documents. But we have a lot of policy and guidance information that would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, I can't think of an actual business model that we have, but we have our administrative rules available online as well as our policy that can probably give you some guidance and direction.
We can have when we're working with our different vendors, we can have like a roadmap of where we're wanting to go. So even if you can share with us just your policies and rules that you have currently in place for that.
Sure, that's available.
Yeah, same for us. Our policies are available online. We also have screenshots that we created for our providers of kind of like a walkthrough of our provider portal that we built. So that might be helpful just to see what we've done that's gone live.
That would be very helpful. Thank you all.
Yeah.
And the TA system can certainly facilitate helping to gather that up from you folks and make it available through our TA request processes. I think we have a question here and over here. Joe? No? Good. Okay.
Hi, Ashley Bargan from Arkansas. I guess the question's for all three of you. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around what this looks like for the parent and what that, like working with the casework and implementing that with the parent and getting them used to that, and then what that process looks like from the moment they apply to when they receive payment under the paying by enrollment and the perspective. Can you shed some guidance or some on that?
Yeah, so I mean, from our experience, the parents they've been super excited. They love this because a lot of them were having to try to figure out a way to pay up front, or it was a fight for them to get their child to continue to go here as they waited for a child care assistance payment, because we struggled with timeliness of getting our payments out the door. Even that 21-day, our state really struggled with that. So the fact that they were going to get that payment right away, as soon as they're approved, that child is added to the provider's portal, and the provider can go out that same day and request a payment and see the approval in their portal the next day. So it's been really helpful for the parents and even the providers to be willing to work with us more.
When a parent can complete an application online or paper application, but our state requires that they select a provider before we approve benefits. I know some states do that a little bit differently. So they have to select a provider, and they have to Like I said, we verify the start date with the provider and the parent before we issue that initial payment. We also, and somebody asked me if we had a portal for parents and providers. I said just providers, but we actually, if they're completing an application online, there is, I just don't call it a portal, but essentially that's what it is, where they can access their case information online as well and report changes online to us also. So when they get their notices, whether it's online or through the mail, we send them a notice every month during their 12-month eligibility, just reminding them that we've authorized payment for this provider, for these children, this is the amount, this is your co-payment. They get that every month as a reminder that we're paying their child care in advance for them for that coming month. And then if they want to report changes to us, then they can either contact us or go online and report a change in their, if they need an increase in their hours, or if they need to change their provider, they can report that to us online.
I'd say for the parents, I think that prospective payments is really like invisible to them. Like they don't really need to know or worry about it, right? I mean, as long as their child care is authorized and the provider is getting paid. We are expecting one pain point as we switch over, and that's because we've made this decision to go with these two-week payment cycles. Right now, the parent fee is calculated as a monthly amount, and so we're going to have to transition them to thinking about it as a weekly amount. There were a lot of reasons that we went with that 2-week pay period, but it hasn't been without its challenges, and this is one of them. So we're going to be having to carefully communicate and over-communicate that change.
Thank you, Allison. We've got a couple more questions in the queue. We had originally intended that we would break about 10 minutes or so ago and let you have more table talk and work on your action plans. I do think there's a lot of good table talk going on in the full room. I'm going to encourage you while we take these last few questions, because I know folks are eager. This is a really rich and rare opportunity to get this much time with folks who have implemented. Use the action tools that were provided in your packets. This session, I think, is on page 2. There's a place to capture your additional questions, follow-up you want to do on the last 2 pages of the action plan. But I know we've got folks who have been trying to get their hands in here in the queue, so I want to take those questions real quick, but just want to prompt you to keep making good use of that tool even as we're continuing to move through.
And then don't forget the barcode. The barcode that's on your program also will be your link to. So if you're listening to this and you're like, I really think that we could use some additional TA on that, use the barcode, scan it with your phone. That's when you put in that TA request, and that'll filter back down to us in the TA network. So a couple of tools we just want to remind you of as we're closing up here.
The key to all success is the barcode, remember.
The barcode.
Hi, Deanna Fewart from Wyoming. We're working on a new system. And so I just had a question for Texas and Utah that require the use of certain attendance tracking softwares. Do you require all licensed providers to use it, or just licensed centers?
We are doing all licensed centers, and I think I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and ask. I think that we're also doing it with registered and licensed homes. The one category I know that we're not requiring, like the tablet or one of those systems, is for our exempt relative care providers. However, if they're not using like the tablet or one of those other vendors, they have to use an IVR, a phone call-in thing. So anybody who's receiving subsidized childcare, regardless of who their provider is, their attendance, they're required to record attendance for their child one way or another.
In Utah, we require the licensed family and licensed center providers to use it, an approved attendance system.
Rebecca Vlasheen from Colorado.
Are any of you also implementing universal preschool within your states? And if so, are these systems of prospective payments integrated with those?
I'm not.
That was a quick question. One more.
Hi, I'm Dusty Whitaker, and I'm from Kentucky. And my question is, what lessons have you all learned, or what things would you do differently if you had to redo this?
I don't think
Not
that's
undo
quick.
it, just redo it.
I think for Utah, just that whole attendance system piece is new to us, like I said, and I wish we would have had a better connection so that even if we do allow them to use other attendance programs like Brightwheel or ProCare or something like that, that we would still be able to either have some way to feed into our system. I think that would have been very helpful rather than just relying on them, upon discovery or upon request to submit those to us. And then again, just we're continually, staffing cases and talking about that second month and what do we do when parent reports, that they want to change providers. We have a good process in place, but wish we would have came up with that sooner, and we still want to tweak it more.
So for us, I wish we would have had more time. I felt very rushed when we were creating our policies and deciding how we wanted to roll out. And at that time, Utah was the only state that was really doing this, so it was really kind of a struggle. It was like, okay, what worked in Utah? Some of it's not going to work for us, and we wished we could have talked to some other states. But yeah, the rushing and then also the attendance piece, and I know I mentioned that, it's a problem. If you can avoid like paper attendance and somehow link it in to automate it, it's worth it.
Well, you probably should ask me this question again in like October or November. I know we've already said, like, having the right people at the table, make sure those, as Emily mentioned, your fiscal people really need to be involved. And I think if I were to do this over again, I would push much harder to have them not just at the table, but like really engaged and in the weeds early. I feel like it took a lot of kind of teasing things out to really get them to, first of all, just wrap their brains around paying prospectively and what it was going to mean for their business processes. But once we got there, then we discovered a lot of things, and it would have been nice if we'd done that sooner. So, and I guess the other thing I'd say is that it takes longer than you think it's going to.
Going once, going twice. Bad cop's even going to say if you asked a question and you had a second one, give you one more chance. Okay, well, again, The vendor who created their portals?
Deloitte.
Yes. Thank you.
That was easy.
Well, again, I'm going to kind of only tongue-in-cheek apologize for not giving you more time to work on your action plans or have your independent table talk, but I think the real value was this rare opportunity to get these folks who graciously gave their time to us today. And so all three, Allison, Emily, Ann, I want to thank you all. You were front and center for us in Denver, and we appreciate you taking your show on the road with us. Thank you very much. Joe, any final closing thoughts?
I don't think so. Remember the barcode in the back, and thank you all so much for always being so gracious to share your story. Lots of
Hi, welcome this afternoon's session. I love all the energy. Oh, and you're even responsive. That's great. Wow, I feel very powerful. I start talking and you guys very quickly got quiet. Thank you so much for joining us in the afternoon for this session. It is a moderated discussion with 2 state leaders and their research partners about how research and evaluation can inform CCDF policy. I'm Kelly Maxwell, a researcher from Child Trends, and I'll be moderating the conversation today. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, even in the back? Great. I want to acknowledge that the people on this panel work on research projects that are supported by the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation in the Administration for Children and Families. And some of what's covered in today's session is work developed under those research projects. This slide includes the projects and the OPRE project officers. Because this panel is highlighting research partnerships, I want to say a few things about the Child Care Policy Research Partnerships. Since 1995, ACF's Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation has provided funding to support Child Care Policy Research Partnership grants. The grant program has several goals, but broadly, it's designed to support research and evaluation activities developed and conducted through a partnership between CCDF lead agencies in states, territories, and tribes, and researchers at research firms, universities, etc. Grantees explore questions related to particular policies and administrative practices, such as quality measurement and workforce investments, subsidy payment rates, and quality improvement initiatives funded through the CCDF Quality Set-Aside. Once awarded, these grants often operate as a learning community, facilitated by the Center to Support Research and Evaluation Capacity of CCDF lead agencies. The QR code, yet another QR code, links to the Child Care Policy Research Partnership landing page at OPRE, where you can see descriptions of the individual partnership projects all the way since 1995. Here's our panelists. I've already introduced myself. We also have Lisa Brewer-Walraven, the Director of Child Development and Care in the Michigan Department of Lifelong Education, Advancement, and Potential, who clearly has a fan club. And Michigan's research partner, Colleen Graber, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Public Policy Associates. This does kind of feel like the Olympics. From Rhode Island, we have Nicole Cielo, the Assistant Director of the Office of Child Care in the Rhode Island Department of Human Services, and their research partner, Heidi Rosenberg, a Senior Research Scientist at Education Development Center, or EDC. Teresa Derrick Mills is also joining us today in her role as the Director of the Center to Support Research and Evaluation Capacity of CCDF lead agencies at Urban Institute. For today's session, we're going to hear from 2 states that have partnerships with researchers who are external to their state agency. Research isn't always with someone external, though. Some state agencies have staff who are researchers who help them analyze or sometimes collect data. I think much of the ideas we talk about today, though, will apply to most kinds of policy research a state does, whether they do it themselves or partner with someone else to do it. Because there weren't enough QR codes, I want to let you know about a few resources that can help you make policy decisions. The first is Child Care and Early Education Research Connections. It has over 40,000 resources specifically on topics related to child care and early education, which includes many topics that are relevant to CCDF. And I love this about them. If you need help finding something, they have librarians you can contact to ask for help. Karen Ruprecht directs the Research Connections team, and I think she's here. Karen, do you want to wave? There she is. So Go find her at the resource table outside and she'll tell you all about the resources, but one of the ones they have is they have a resource list specifically for STAM and a guide for finding resources related to CCDF titled Finding Answers to Policy Questions with Research Connections. The second is Research Highlights, which develops short products summarizing research for child care and early education leaders. I co-lead this project and would be happy to talk with you about this. We have, for example, a highlight summarizing research about families' access to non-traditional child care and early education, and another one on workforce well-being. The third is the Center to Support Research and Evaluation Capacity of CCDF lead agencies. It provides resources for CCDF lead agencies and their research partners. For instance, they have a report about how to procure research and evaluation service. As I mentioned, Teresa leads this center, and you'll hear a little bit more about their work during the panel. They have a range of resources, including a brief about using narrow cost analysis to inform payment rates. So each of these projects are part of the research resource tables that's right outside. So if you haven't already stopped by, we hope you'll stop by before you leave. So why think about evaluation now? As a researcher, I admit that I think it's always helpful to ask, how do you know whether something's working? But I realize that not everybody thinks about data and evaluation every day, all the time. Yet, you won't be surprised by why I think it might be helpful to think about evaluating policies now. Ta-da, that topic that is so popular at this meeting, the 2024 CCDF Final Rule. So I think it's especially important now as you're thinking about changing policies or implementing new policies to also start thinking about evaluating them. I admit that you might be thinking, Kelly, if it's required, I don't think I need to evaluate it. And I would say, yes, I would still encourage you to think about that because there are a lot of different ways to implement a requirement. An evaluation can help you figure out what works best in your state or what works best for certain types of communities across your state. And if you're thinking about implementing one of the encouraged practices, evaluation could help you figure out how best to make the change, for example, or gather evidence that you could possibly use to help request state funds to support the work. So I'd like to say a few things about evaluating policies. My colleague at Child Trends, Annie Davis-Schock, is developing a research highlight about evaluating policies. She describes 3 different types of evaluations and then includes examples of evaluations from different states and addressing different kinds of policy questions. As you can see on the slide, the 3 types of evaluations are implementation, outcome, and impact. Implementation evaluations look at the process of putting a policy into action in the community. Before we ask if a policy is working, it's a good idea to check first that the rollout of the policy is happening smoothly. In this kind of evaluation, questions might include things like, are people aware of the policy? If so, how'd they learn about it? Is it feasible for someone to follow the policy's guidance? And what are the barriers and facilitators to implementing this policy as intended? As an example, a few years ago, Illinois implemented a policy change to limit expulsion from child care and early education programs. They wondered if providers were aware of the new law, so they surveyed program directors to see if they knew about the law, how they found out about it, and whether they made any changes to their discipline practices. Outcome evaluations look at whether there's a relationship between the policy and the expected outcomes or effects. They describe the outcomes that change after the implementation of the policy. These could be changes among providers or families, for example. Questions might include, has there been a change in the outcome of interest after the policy was implemented? Do people report some unintended negative consequences or outcomes? Outcome evaluations cannot claim that the policy caused the outcomes. This is because there could be other things affecting those outcomes. Nevertheless, the evidence from these evaluations can start to show if policies are having the intended outcomes. If a state changed its subsidy policies, for example, to make it easier for providers to participate in the subsidy system, they could look at data about the number of providers participating in subsidy over time to see if the numbers increased after they changed the policy. Maryland, for example, has evaluated their subsidy policies through a research partnership grant over the years. Impact evaluations measure whether the policy caused one or more specific changes. They're the strongest type of evidence for analyzing policies because they can prove that implementing a policy directly led to a certain outcomes. Yet they are complicated and expensive to do. So typically, they are the last type of evaluation to do once you know that the policy is implemented as intended and you have some data to suggest that there are positive outcomes. As an example, researchers partnered with Virginia leaders to evaluate a compensation strategy and randomly selected providers to receive a bonus if they stayed in their job over an 8-month time period. 8 months later, they collected data about the number of providers who were still in their jobs, comparing those who were in the bonus program to those who were not. So the panelists are going to talk about their own evaluation work, and you might hear them talk about these kinds of evaluations in the conversation. I'm now going to turn it to Teresa, though, who's going to briefly talk about a logic model resource that she's been developing.
Great, thanks so much, Kelly. So I've been working, as Kelly said, I'm the director of the CSRE, which is one of the capacity building centers funded by OPRE to support CCDF lead agencies. And I'm privileged to have been working with a group of CCDF lead agencies and their research partners in a group called Prosper. It's one of those researcher agency partnerships. It's a cohort of 10 research agency partnerships with 9 states and a tribal consortium. And we've been working together on how can we create a logic model or kind of like a map on how you evaluate child care subsidy payment policies and practices. So one element of this is looking at focal subsidy payment policies or practices, the experiences that people have either in developing those policies or practices and participating in them, outputs, meaning the numbers of activities done or the numbers of people served, and outcomes. And in this map, we think about inputs and activities. So what are the things that make up that subsidy payment policy or practice? I know you guys think about this all the time. Things like technology and procedures and adopting the policy and implementing and interfacing with providers and parents. And then the other actors in the system, child care providers, children and families, and interested community members. We also included in the system, in this logic model map, information about how to think about supporting diversity and equity and the roles that trust and soliciting voice have as well. And then finally, situating this in the bigger context. As Kelly said, there are other things that might be causing changes, like the economy, for example. We know that policies often roll out over time, and so looking at time and then the larger early care and education system. So we'll have this resource out soon, and we'll look forward to sharing it with you then. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks. And now we're going to move to the discussion and hear from our states. So let's start, thank you. Let's start with the basic one. How did you get started in working together? Nicole, do you want to start?
Sure, of course. DHS, the Department of Human Services, had been working with EDC for years through EDC's management of a statewide early childhood TA coordinating center called the Center for Early Learning Professionals. For our provider community, EDC is known as our Professional Development and Technical Assistance Hub, where all of our providers can access training and supports on child care related topics. The OPRE grant offered an opportunity for DHS and EDC to expand its existing partnership work to include this research focus as well.
Thanks. And I'll just add quickly, at EDC, we have also held over the years several different child care policy research partnership grants in partnership with some other states too. And so we had that experience to draw from. And so while we were looking at this upcoming funding opportunity, we thought we'd love to leverage this really close relationship that we have in Rhode Island through this TA center and just deepen that connection to, Nicole said, bring in this research piece too and bring that capacity for being able to conduct